Hei kaikki ja lämpimästi tervetuloa tänne Eurooppa-foorumin pienelle näyttämölle sekä täällä paikan päällä että sitten verkon välityksellä. Minä olen Liia Matikainen ja minulla on ilo toimia yhtenä tämän päivän juontajista. Otetaan alkuun lyhyesti hiukan käytännön asioita, eli tämä ohjelma tosiaan striimataan livenä ja seuraava ruotsinkielinen keskustelu tulkataan sekä suomeksi että englanniksi Interprefy-sovelluksen kautta. Keskusteluun voi osallistua chatin välityksellä ja chattiin pääsette skannaamalla täällä ruudulla näkyvän QR-koodin. Hello everyone and welcome to the little stage. My name is Liia Matikainen and I am delighted to be your host today. A quick reminder for the audience, this program is being live streamed online. The language of this program is Swedish. However, you can listen to the interpretation in both Finnish and English through the Interprefy app. Please be considerate of other audience members and use headphones. If you need any assistance, our conference staff is happy to help you. If you would like to take part in the conversation, you can do so through the chat. There is the chat QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Och för våra svenskspråkiga deltagare, varmt välkomna till Eurooppa-forumets program på lilla scenen.
For our Swedish participants, warm welcome to the little stage. My name is Liia Matikainen and I am here today as the moderator of the program. All programs will be streamed and interpreted into English through the Interprefy app. If you want to participate in the discussion, you can do that in the chat by scanning the QR code visible on the screen. And the first discussion is about Nordic cooperation and future visions related to that cooperation. I will give the floor now to Albert Beckman, the moderator of this discussion. Dear audience, welcome to this panel discussion regarding Nordic Federation, a vision or utopia. That is the topic. This discussion actually starts with the report by Gunnar Wetterberg, Nordic Federal State, that he wrote in 2010, in which he argued that the Nordic countries could form a joint federal state. We, of course, already have a history with this ever since the Kalmar Agreement, and since 2010 a lot has happened in Europe, in the Nordic region and the rest of the world. However, in this panel we will now discuss this theme, this topic. I have with me here today a very expert panel. We have Tobias Pettersson, Nordic correspondent from the newspaper Hufvudstadsbladet, Sandra Bergqvist, Member of Parliament, Parliament of Finland, and Kimmo Grönlund, Professor of Political Science from the Åbo Academy University. A researcher consortium strong from the Åbo Academy is organizing this discussion, and my name is Albert Beckman and I'm a postdoctoral researcher from the Åbo Academy. So let's start with this idea about the federal state. When Wetterberg wrote this report, The Nordic Federal State, a lot has happened in the Nordic region and especially in Europe. And my first question is, has the development since 2010 made this idea more or less relevant? Tobias, if we have to find something positive in the war in Ukraine, it is that we have understood that we need each other more than ever. But when discussing a federal state and the new Kalmar Union, people make jokes about it often. But when we talk about who might be leading such a union, the discussion quite often ends. Who would lead it? Crown Princess Victoria or perhaps President Stubb? This kind of federal state could be an everyday federal state, so people who work cross-border could easily carry out their responsibilities and their work in such a community. But now we're not talking about a political union. We have in the north about 1 million people who have worked in another Nordic country, and when we talk about pensions, for example, many of them do not know how much pension they will receive, to which country they need to pay taxes to. Such questions would be important to solve first. Sandra Bergqvist, is this discussion relevant? I believe that on a general political level, this is a more current topic now than it was before. We notice now that we have neighbors who are not friendly towards us, towards our view of the world, and so forth. So we have noticed, we have realized that our other Nordic countries are our safe family. But I agree with what was said, that we have larger, bigger challenges. My husband lives in Stockholm, and he faces these everyday challenges, really almost on a daily basis. How to get a social security number, and if you don't have it, you are sort of outside of the society. We have worked with these questions for at least 20 years, and these are questions in people's everyday lives. I do believe that the Nordic region could be stronger if we were able to conquer these everyday obstacles first. I do believe strongly that the Nordic countries, the Nordic region, could raise its profile and make its voice stronger. Kimmo, is this idea still a relevant one? A lot has happened. The pandemic showed us clearly that regardless of all beautiful words, quite quickly we are faced with different obstacles at the borders. And Finland was perhaps one of the countries where this was very evident. We closed the borders to Sweden at that time, and the security situation has led to the current situation. We are all NATO members now, which clearly shows that a federal state might be a good idea. In my opinion, the EU could become a federation, but it's perhaps not the right time for it right now, and in that way a Nordic federation might be a good start. And it's also important to discuss other topics except for the everyday challenges and obstacles, because this way we could make the vision more fresh. What might the world look like in a few years' time? If we look at individual Nordic countries, we have strong national movements currently, and we focus on our own values, not necessarily on joint or common Nordic values. Sandra, it was good that you pointed out the pandemic, because that was really a moment in time where we noticed what the real relationship is like with Sweden as the borders closed. Western Finland, where we had daily contact across the border to Sweden, things became very difficult, and there was a lot of discussion about this in the government. All government parties could not understand the situation. We noticed clearly what things are like, what the situation was like. One says that when you are in distress, a friend comes to your aid, but it is not necessarily so. We do want to cooperate, but the reality is often different. And that became very clear during the pandemic. Tobias, we have to understand what life is like on both sides of the border, in Sweden and in Finland. We must be able to communicate and to cooperate. And when we talk about the fact that Russia appears on this side of the border, that is a totally different matter. And when we talk about the Nordic vision and the fact that the Nordic countries are a very well integrated area in the future, we realize what things really look like. Readers of our newspaper are people, many of them who have worked for long periods of time in Sweden and in Denmark, and try to guess how much pension they will receive from those countries. And it is a very difficult thing to estimate. And when we talk about integrated Nordic region, these are all questions that need to be solved. Right, you have now mentioned taxes, pensions, the pandemic. I will now move to the next question. What would be the concrete benefits, gains for the Nordic region in terms of a Nordic federal state? Sandra, we need common values. During the pandemic, we may not have had such a friendly relationship, but now we have a common enemy, Russia, and that has led to a more united front. We entered NATO almost hand in hand, and we have common values in many respects. And this is absolutely our strength, and it is a solid starting point if we would seriously start planning for a Nordic federal state, Nordic Federation. But we know that, for example, gang criminality is a big problem. We have evidence of that everywhere in different places of the Nordic region, but we can learn from each other. However, on a political level, when we compare ourselves to other Nordic countries, the most important thing is that we have common values and a common view of the world. And that makes us a small family, even if we argue sometimes internally. Kimmo? The most important thing is what has been presented here is that if you want to be mobile among the Nordic countries, you want to move about from country to country, why doesn't it work? We want it to work. It is a very important precondition for any person wanting to work in the Nordic region. Pension, tax issues are questions that arise also elsewhere in the world. And when we make comparisons, the Nordic countries are the most democratic countries, states in the world. The citizens trust the institutions of these countries. We are welfare states all around the Nordic region, and we trust each other in the north. That is something that is common to all of us, and for that reason such a federation might work well. On top of this, we have the language question. Finnish-speaking population in Finland does not always necessarily experience this, but Wetterberg speaks in his report about being able to operate in different languages. It is quite easy for Finland Swedes, the Swedish-speaking population in Finland to communicate with Norwegians, Danes, and the Swedes. Perhaps it would be good to have a starting point where Turku, for example, might be the capital. Well, I don't believe that this could happen, because then we would need to rewrite our constitutions, and that might be a very heavy machinery needed for that kind of process. But I'm sure we would be a very strong federation. We would have Swedish industry, we would have the oil in Norway, high technology of Finland. It would be a strong federation, I have to say. But problems might arise if we tried to put all of that under the jurisdiction of one authority. We have, for example, the Norwegian oil funds that might cause issues. But also in the Arctic region, we would be a strong operator if we were a federation. What about when we think about the EU? The EU is an important operator for us, and when we think about how the Nordic countries have, what kind of relationship they have with the EU, we have a Nordic, let's imagine we have a Nordic federation, we want to strengthen our relationship with the EU. Would this cause more problems because Norway and Iceland are not members of the EU? Kimmo?
It would cause problems, but then these countries must join the EU. And other countries need to introduce euro into use as well, because euro is a very natural currency, after all, here in Europe. But if I think about the kind of federal state within the EU, is it like Germany, or what type would it be? Would we have more emphasis on our words, on our voice? Would we gain more emphasis or not? But hopefully, I would say Iceland, Norway will join in. There are so many question marks out there. So if you think we don't need a Nordic federation, if we can have Europe, which is more integrated, especially if you think of any discussion related to 20 years ago, talking about EU becoming a federal state, but nobody's talking about that anymore. Even though this would not be a federal state, still the cooperation, closer cooperation would be beneficial for the Nordic countries. We have a lot of good things in place in the region already. And then the sound is a bit weak at the moment, says the interpreter right now. What we need is, if you think of GDP, you would have about 90% here, and furthermore, we would have a higher GDP level if we had a Nordic federation. And then if you think of number of population, that of course affects the big picture. Let's talk about Sweden, the Swedish industry, the maritime industry of Denmark, and if you think of Turku, we have pharmaceutical industry in the town. Unfortunately, sound is not good at the moment. The interpreter cannot follow right now. There is no good quality sound. Vi är det redan nu, men om man skulle samarbeta ännu bättre så kunde man säkert utnyttja det också ännu bättre. Men det här already one of the richest areas and regions of the world, but we could still improve things together. But if we speak about a federation, I'm sure there would be lots of fights going on of who is the leader of the federation. And again, no sound. Av liksom symbolisk ens makt i den frågan, och även fast Alexander Stubb nu är väldigt I think it would be difficult to give any power, even in a symbolic way. No sound at the moment.
Om man bortser från det här ordet stat så finns det nog jättemycket att vinna på en starkare enig röst för Norden. Alltså med tanke på att de enskilda nordiska länderna inte skulle bli spelbrickor.
There's a lot to win here. If we had this one common voice for the Nordic region, if I think of the large countries, they play their own game, so to say, and therefore you cannot rely on the USA either and other great nations. And we have all seen, for instance, Viktor Orban, how he's been acting in relation to Ukraine. So therefore, I would say that this common Nordic voice is a good thing. Okay, what are those benefits? What would we win had we a deeper cooperation? So that was something we spoke about, but what would you give up? Or is it something that only good causes are created with such cooperation? I think this depends. It depends on what type of practices will be in place, because we have different solutions. If you think of the USA, think of Canada, and think about Germany, there are different options. And of course, that is something we need to agree upon, and we have to have a concrete proposal first. And after that, we need support from the population and all populations. So therefore, there has to be a discussion first. I'm a researcher in relation to questions of democracy, and I support the fact that people must be involved in decision-making. And that, of course, could be a quite fun thing, a test. We could have populations from different Nordic countries that we could have a get-together to share information first, and there could be a large discussion on these questions together. And we do know that any ordinary citizen is able to do that. And we furthermore know that if we could reach the point of federation, it will never happen without the support of the people. But no, thinking of a populist, or there is a popular party, or rather parliament, people's parliament in the Nordics, that could be a great idea. That is a way to reflect on taxation, pension schemes and systems, and to reflect on a Nordic ID. That sounds very interesting indeed. And it did sound to me quite interesting. But I was just thinking myself, how to then have priorities in place in this Nordic cooperation. We already have the Nordic Council of Ministers, we have the Nordic Council as well. And I don't know whether they take things forward with such a strength that we need right now, or are they just drinking coffee? So, again, there is no sound to the interpreter. There are a lot of nice words that are said about this beautiful cooperation, what would be the benefits, but when you have a real opportunity to speak about these topics in practice, and again, no sound, unfortunately. Att då borde det samordnas bättre, att okej, att nu i Finland tycker vi så här och nu går vi alla in och röstar så här. Men där är det uppdelat egentligen så att partigrupperna, alltså hör man till vänsterfalangen så då är det vänsterfalangen. If you think about Finland, and as we are making decisions, we have a vote, that is our approach. But if you think about the Nordic collaboration, currently there is the left wing, and then, on the other hand, you have the right wing. They are united. And maybe this would work differently compared to parliament of a single country. And again, unfortunately, no audio for the interpreters.
Nu senare åren så har det liksom blivit lite mer så att jo, men Norden är ju faktiskt nog det kanske tryggaste vi har. Så kanske det nu skulle finnas en möjlighet att lite skarpa upp det här samarbetet, för jag tycker att det är tandlöst.
Currently, I think we can definitely improve Nordic cooperation, because today it is still not going ahead with full speed, so to say.
Är det månne kanske så att det ändå snarare är länderna på nationell nivå som borde fatta de här besluten?
A question. Should the countries at the national level maybe do decision making first and not in the Nordic Council or Nordic Council of Ministers? Alexander Stubb has for a certain time already said about this, meaning that he said, what awful things, what is this? When he was talking about Nordic processes, because it was only about the processes. And maybe, indeed, there is some truth to that. And maybe, as well, this is a utopia, in particular if you think about national decision-making. But maybe we should focus on common interests, such as infrastructure, east-west, north-south, or north-east as well. And in particular now, today, since we are NATO members, we need projects related to the infrastructure up in the north. And the Nordic cooperation takes place a lot south-north in this direction. If you think of all transportation, that works fine from south to north, but if you want to move about from east to west, in that case, you cannot do it. So I would say these are major questions that need to be answered. But all 5 countries, they are NATO members. So don't you think defense would be already there? Do you need a defense on top of that, sort of own defense collaboration as well? I think it would be positive to develop a Nordic cooperation in this regard. Yes, all the countries are NATO members, but still you can have a deeper cooperation, talking about infrastructure in the Nordic countries. And you cannot just rely on that NATO is there forever. So, therefore, it is a positive thing to use this platform which is there in the Nordic region. Then, talking further about Nordic Federation, Kimmo, you talked about the people, so the legitimacy given by the people and the political institutions. We do need common Nordic identity as well. So, do you think that already exists? And is that strong enough if that exists? No, I don't think it exists. I suppose it was stronger during the Cold War, way back when the Nordic cooperation and the association of Nordic cooperation were the gateway to West. And way back in time when the Cold War ended, the cooperation was no longer needed to the same extent. But we do have an understanding that the Nordic countries belong together. But I wouldn't say that we have a common Nordic identity here. I think that depends a lot. That depends. If you think of the Swedish population of Finland, maybe there is a more of that kind of feeling in place. And again, no audio. When I was younger myself, I was studying in Norway. There was, how would I say this, collaboration Nordic feeling that we belong together. But if you live in the eastern part of Finland, over there, maybe the feeling is different in relation to Nordic cooperation. Maybe it is difficult to relate and identify yourself with other Nordic countries. I would say that we have, for instance, in the northern part of Finland and northern Sweden and Norway, the Sami people, and they have more of common identity. So maybe it is not true for all of us. There might be, as I said, the Swedish people in Finland who might have it, maybe more. Indeed, we don't have this common united Nordic identity. We know too little about each other, I would say. I'd say the Swedes know more about the USA than about the Nordic neighbors, and that is pity, really. But at the same time, I would like to say that if you travel abroad and you meet other Nordic fellows over there, then you see that we do have a common shared value base. I used to study in Australia myself, and indeed, I met there Danes, and
Så att definiera nordisk identitet är ju ganska svårt, men det finns i alla fall ofta en våglängd där. Men vi borde absolut bli bättre liksom på att lära känna varandra. Att det är som att man ofta fäster blicken i fjärran, men man kunde hitta mycket intressant på mycket närmare håll. Och där vill jag absolut igen återkomma till det att skulle man ha en mer flexibel arbetsmarknad över gränserna, så skulle det kunna bidra till att forma den här typen av nordisk identitet på sikt.
Så kanske stegvis mot en förbundsstat när vi lär känna varandra. Kanske en liten svår eller ska jag säga negativt laddad fråga, men i en federation-förbundsstat så det innebär ju då att vi diskuterades norsk olja, resurser, men vi delar ju också på problem då. Så finns det hur ser ni det? Finns det ett realistiskt scenario där vi faktiskt är villiga att dela på statsskulder och gängkriminalitet? Eller är det lättare att fixa de här problemen genom att vi är en större aktör internationellt sett? Vad säger Kimmo?
En eventuell federation måste ju komma överens, som jag sa, om vad som hör till vilka, alltså på vilken nivå är befogenheterna, det är ju klart. Och det talades om norsk olja. Så för att överhuvudtaget kunna bilda en sån här förbundsstat så borde man säkert i början komma överens om att det som gäller nu så måste varje land själv bära, tror jag. Annars skulle de andra inte gå med på det. Tyvärr ur vår synvinkel, eftersom den finska ekonomin, statsfinanserna inte är så bra. Men efter det så gäller ju förstås avtal. Det vill säga den lagstiftning som finns där. Då säger den hur mycket som går till den federala budgeten och hur mycket som hör till de här enskilda länderna. Det är inte konstigare än så. Men från början kan man inte säga att okej, alla deltar lika.
Tobias först sen.
Ja, när det gäller statsskuld så kommer länderna nog aldrig att dela på den problematiken, tror jag. Men den gängkriminalitet och det är ju ett exempel där det förekommer mycket polissamarbete redan nu, alltså där man tar del av varandras metoder och så där försöker förebygga och försöker ta modell av varandra i lägen där någonting har fungerat i ett land och så. Och sen också inom försvaret så känner ju många militärer varandra på personnivå och ringer varandra och så där. Så det förekommer ju liksom den där typen av samarbete, och det finns ju bra kontakter och de håller ju på att förbättras också. Och det har ju varit just en positiv konsekvens av det läge vi ser ute i världen, att just de här strukturerna har ju stärkts. Men igen, alltså de här mer övergripande statsskuld, jag kan aldrig se framför mig att Norge skulle komma in och bidra till Finlands statsskuld, eller alltså betala av Finlands statsskuld på det sättet. Däremot så har det ju funnits röster i Sverige faktiskt som på allvar har propagerat för att Sverige borde gå in och stötta Finlands försvar ekonomiskt och därigenom...
Fast var det inte en finlandssvensk egentligen?
Jag
har för mig att han hade finlandssvensk.
Han är väl inte adopterad, han är ju bosatt i Finland, han är svensk från början. Men att tanken med det var ju alltså den då att Finland är en typ av buffert militärt för Sverige och har alltid varit det. Och att det därför ska vara motiverat att Sverige skulle gå in och stötta Finland och att det ska vara mera gynnsamt också ekonomiskt för Sverige än det är att rusta upp det egna försvaret som har varit ganska eftersatt i väldigt många decennier. Att det är ju bara de här senaste åren som det har skett en tvärvändning i Sverige på den fronten. Och det är också ett bra exempel på det här nu när Sverige då har vänt och rustar upp så då har man ju en beredskap i Finland som man kan ta modell av och så där det finns liksom ett beredskapssamarbete, en kunskap liksom där, medan Sverige har en typ av industri på det området som Finland saknar. Så där kompletterar länderna varandra jättebra.
Ja, jag tror också att det nog skulle råda någon form av äktenskapsförordsmekanism om det skulle liksom börja gå ihop mera på något sätt. Just därför att alla får sedan ansvara för vad man nu själv har ställt till med ungefär.
We should be on all of these matters so that each country is responsible for their individual situation, and I don't believe that we would start paying off each other's debts.
Vissa kanske miljöfrågor är vi också väldigt lika på.
Unfortunately, the sound is breaking off and does not carry to the interpreter. There has been discussion about Greenland, and when it was a topic that a certain individual would like to take control of Greenland, all Nordic countries agreed on that being something completely impossible. So this kind of normal cooperation is needed. It has existed in many forums, in many ways. Our president, Mr. Stubb, has visited other Nordic countries, and these relationships are quite unique. We are a family, one family. Thinking now, for example, Stubb meeting the Danish Prime Minister. Unfortunately, the sound again disappeared.
Så att då prioriterar man nog de sakerna, men det kanske liksom säger lite sig självt att det är liksom de här vardagliga sakerna för smidigt gränsöverskridande.
So, when we are faced with a serious threat, we do unite against it. But when we talk about everyday problems that we face as we move across borders, these we have not yet been able to solve.
Den politiska viljan hos eliten saknas eftersom det inte finns tillräckligt många väljare som tycker att det här är viktigt. Det här är en jätteviktig fråga.
What we need is political will. This is important. An important question. Only to a few people when we talk about this vision of a federal state. This perhaps in the end only really concerns a small number of people or on a fairly low level. Talking about electrical identification, for example. So these are the topics we should be discussing. I have met the working group, the members of the working group tackling the border obstacles, and quite often the topic becomes capitals capital cities who are too far apart. If we have people who regularly travel between Helsinki and Stockholm, and if the cities were geographically closer to one another, these problems would be more concrete. These problems are very evident in the region of Tornio and Haaparanta. These border obstacles and problems are very concrete there, and these issues apply to many Nordic citizens on a daily basis. A joint Nordic social security ID might really be a way to solve some of these issues. Gunnar Wetterberg's report was written in 2010, and it discussed a vision that could be realized in 2030, and now we are in the year 2026, and this does not seem very realistic. But if we look 20 to 30 years into the future, is a Nordic federal state still a utopia? I would say that in 20 years' time it is still a utopia. But if we forget this formal political cooperation and we look at the everyday cooperation, I think that would bring us much further. And we might arrive at a situation where we have a common vision. I would also claim that this will be a utopia in the future as well. But I do hope that we could become more integrated. It is natural for us to travel from Helsinki to Stockholm for all of us. And if we talk about the Nordic region as a whole, for the masses, the situation is different. It's easy for them to step on a ferry and visit Stockholm. It's a different scenario altogether compared to working in Stockholm. But an integrated area, integrated region would be a great thing. And on a political level, we need more understanding about this being important, that integration is important as well as cooperation. Yes, this is utopia. This is a beautiful vision, but nevertheless utopia. The best thing certainly would be if the Nordic countries would have a single voice, represented of course by different ministers, but a joint common voice. The best thing would be for the ministers to meet, to discuss. It may be difficult to find the time for that, but I find that would be the best way. We have separate states, but ministers would be able to form a common united voice. But everyday challenges should be tackled, and I hope there is a political will for it, but I understand that the Finland-Swedish party is quite alone in promoting these topics, and we would need to involve and get the other parties involved as well. Then, of course, we have countries involved in the Nordic cooperation who have the sort of big brother role in it. Right. So could English be the common language in the Nordic region? Well, that is the direction we have taken. Young people no longer speak the Scandinavian languages with each other. They use English. But of course, in such a federal state, all languages should exist side by side. Right. I was participating in a meeting with a person from Stockholm and from Skåne, and I was interpreting to the Stockholm person what the person from Skåne was saying. So there are language challenges. English is sometimes a language that is used too widely at the moment. Right, English can be the common language, but in my opinion, that would be a pity. You notice that in different Nordic events where you have Finns participating who also speak Swedish, as many of them too do, and they are able to form a completely different connection to the other's representatives. And many of them comment how nice it was that they were able to communicate in Scandinavian language. Okay, time is running out. I want to thank you warmly for this interesting panel. Thank you, everyone.
Nåja.
Joo, tack för den intressanta diskussionen. Eli kiitos kaikille keskustelijoille mielenkiintoisesta keskustelusta. Ohjelma jatkuu tällä lavalla jälleen 2:30 ja sillä aikaa lämpiössä sijaitsevasta Eurooppa-kafeesta.
The program will continue at 2:30 on this stage, and in the meantime, coffee is available with some snacks. So see you soon. Hello, Bojan. I hope you can hear me. This is Mari, testing my sound on the English channel. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing my sound. I hope all is well. Mari speaking on the English channel. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Still testing on the English channel. This is Mari and testing my sound. I hope you can hear me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, I wonder what could be wrong then. Yes, of course, I can try another headset. Just a moment. Okay, now I have a different headset and muting my phone also. So I hope this is better. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing my second headset. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me see.
Tervetuloa takaisin pienen näyttämön ohjelmaan täällä Turussa paikan päällä.
Welcome back to the Little Stage program here in Turku. A reminder to the audience, this has all been streamed live and there is interpretation to English through Interprefy application. You can participate through chat in the debate and you can access chat directly when using the QR code on the screen.
Just to remind, all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use headphones. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the chat QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Seuraavaksi tarkastellaan kaupunkien ilmastotyötä.
And next, we will talk about cities and their climate action. What are the solutions we need to build a carbon-neutral future? I'll give the floor now to the moderator, Anna Ståhle. Go ahead, please. Thank you very much, and an excellent afternoon, dear audience, and welcome to the 8th Climate Forum of the University in Turku. I'm Anna Ståhle. It's a great honor to be once again part of the organizing team here. And as we think about the topic of today, we are really now talking about very current topic, as always in this forum. But we know the climate questions are very much linked closely to democracy and security and sustainability and economy. So these are very important topics, and I'm happy that you are here present and, of course, online as well. So as for the first climate forum, we were thinking about the carbon neutral scope and objective for 2029 for Turku. It felt that it's far away, but now it is almost around the corner, very close to the actual moment. And today we'll hear more how well the steps of the city of Turku have been on the path towards that goal. We will hear a lot today, some thoughts and experiences and views on different climate action and also cities that are pioneers in this domain. It's great to see so many of these representatives of the cities that are present here. Turku is part of this European 100 climate neutral cities mission. It's one of those cities, and there are also 5 other Finnish towns that are also here represented today. So very interesting talks and discussions are coming up. And there's quite a lot of people on the stage as well. So just a tip to all the panelists, we need to keep the audience awake when you are on the stage talking about these topics. So we're almost about to start. A reminder to you, after this event, we will go to the lobby to have some cocktails. If you have some time, please continue discussions over there. And as said, this event has a message wall. Please use that wall, give your comments, ask questions, anything that comes to your mind. I will integrate as many questions as the time schedule permits us. But let's start by the city of Turku. Current questions from the climate perspective. So, Mayor Pia Elo, welcome to the stage. Thank you, Anna, and a great audience, great friends of the climate. In Turku, we have had ambitious work related to action since 2009. And the good news is that even though the city is growing, the emissions have been reducing. 2025, we reached our objective, so by 75% of emissions compared to 1990 level. This is a great achievement. I know there's still a journey, some things to do, but this shows and proves to you that with determined work, you can reach a change. But of course, Turku will not lay on its laurels. We will continue this determined way towards a carbon-neutral Turku by 2029. What about that year? It's a great year, because that year is the year where we celebrate 800th anniversary of the city. So let's think about that. The city has 8 decades of history, if you like, and we are combining that with our future and that we are determined to build. We get results when we have a common goal. We have the updated climate plan that was adopted in June unanimously in the City Council. This plan was drafted by 100 experts and even more. And as for these goals, we have a large group of climate partners who are committed to these targets. That shows to you that climate work is not by one individual or one political party or by one organization. It is a common cause for all of us. Here in Turku, we know that sustainable city does not mean just small level emissions, but it means better city. It means all the wastewaters can be transferred into heating. The student campus is not just consuming energy, but it's also producing energy. And the companies in the region also develop products that are climate sustainable, and also they have services that are needed by us and the whole world. We create new jobs and growth for the city of Turku at the same time. So climate action is also related to business policy and industrial policy. And as we prepare ourselves for the consequences of the climate change, we also raise the security level of our citizens. We make sure that there's nature next to us, sustainable city, greener, healthier, better Turku for all. And for me, it is important to think that the citizens, the residents of the city can feel that climate action is a good thing for each and every person. Sustainable choices must be made that they are possible and preferably easy to make as well. Nobody needs to be forced to be sustainable in mobility questions, but taking the bus can be smoother, taking your bike could be safer, and walking is nicer. And as you make a good choice, and it's an easy choice for you to make, more frequently people choose that option. You might ask, what does it matter if you think of Turku, that size of a city, because climate change is a global challenge. But for me, it matters. Majority of this world's people live in cities, and in particular in cities, we have these concrete decisions that have an impact on our future. There are mid-sized cities like Turku in this world. There are thousands and thousands of them. Therefore, we don't have to reinvent everything ourselves. Good solutions should be shared, introduced into use, and most importantly, copy them, be bold. Turku is involved in the 100 Climate Neutral Cities mission, together with 5 other Finnish towns. And the emission cities are in different places of Europe, and we all aim for carbon neutrality by 2030. And we are pioneers for thousands of other towns out there. So it is an opportunity for us to show that climate action is not just targets and plans, but this is warm houses, nice streets, clean nature close to you, better jobs and better everyday life. At best, it is a source of pride for all of us. We, as Turku, are building our future together. Today, in our climate forum, we have other pioneer cities. They will share their experiences, and also the European Commission will take the floor. And I am convinced that throughout this session we'll get new ideas, lessons will be learned, and we get inspiration of what we can do next. So a warm welcome to all of you. I wish a fruitful climate forum. Thank you. Thank you, Pia.
Welcome also to our foreign guests, international guests. We're so delighted to have you joining us here in Turku today. As Pia just mentioned, we have a guest from the European Commission. So now we're going to hear about the latest perspectives on climate actions from the European Union. And I'm happy to invite on stage the head of unit from the European Commission, Mr. Philippe Froissart.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. You put me in a very difficult situation in a sense that you said it all already. So I have very little to add to what you said, and I'm very happy to be in Turku today. I have to say I had the pleasure this morning of visiting your town, and I was very impressed by the work that you put in the implementation of your climate city contract. It is really to the credit not only of the city, but of yourself and your team. So thank you very much to the organizers to give me the opportunity to say a few words. I have actually 3 messages that I would like to convey to you. The first one concerns the progress of the EU Cities mission and how these cities will support the new climate targets. You know that back in 2019, the Commission published the European Green Deal. And in that initiative, there was a very bold objective, which was for Europe as a continent to become climate neutral by the horizon of 2050. And that ambition was actually supported by all 28 or 27 member states. And that was translated in a climate law with clear targets for the emission and the reduction of emissions of greenhouse gases. So these targets were by 2030 to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 55% with respect to the emissions of 1990, and by 2040 to reduce those emissions by 90% with respect to the emissions of 1990. So where are we now? Well, if you look at the Climate Action Progress Report that was released last year, you will find that we are actually on target. You might be surprised, but we are in Europe on target to meet this objective of 2030. And that's not a mean achievement. If you look, for instance, at the evolution between 25 and 24, we reduced the emissions by 2.5% alone in 1 year. So if you project that for the next few years, we will certainly meet those targets. But we also have to acknowledge that the further we go along that journey of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, the more difficult it will become, because we are going to deal with emissions that are hard to abate. So the Commission has also devised a number of additional measures which will support the public sector and the private sector in reducing drastically their emissions after 2030. Initiatives and programs on energy efficiency, on buildings, on decarbonization of industry, to name a few. So where does the city mission fit in this constellation of initiatives and programs? Well, we should stress that cities generate over 70% of emissions in Europe,
which is quite normal considering that the energy use are concentrated in urban areas. So to reach our targets of 2030 and 2040, we certainly need to require a major transformation of urban systems in buildings, in transport, in renewable energy, in waste and circular economy, in infrastructures, urban planning and land use. So the Commission launched the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities mission, not because it was easy, but because cities were the best place where this transition should be and take place. Where are we with the implementation of the cities mission? We had the objective of having 100 cities climate neutral by the horizon of 2030. In Torino this year, we had the annual conference of the mission, and we awarded 4 more mission labels to 4 new cities that had developed a comprehensive climate city contracts, namely a comprehensive strategy for climate neutrality, which means that we have now 107 cities across Europe that have developed this climate city contract, and that climate city contract that has been positively reviewed by the Commission services and the European Investment Bank. So this is an opportunity for me now to actually congratulate not only Turku, but the 5 other cities from Finland that have developed this climate city contract, that have received the label. I want to talk about Espoo, Lahti, Lappeenranta, Tampere, and Helsinki. You are pioneers among pioneers. Each of you have worked across departments in the municipalities, have engaged citizens, have involved businesses and innovators, and presented a credible, ambitious plan striving for climate neutrality. So once again, congratulations to you all. So the success of the mission can be also looked at the success of the pilot projects that have been supported in the cities mission. And there are a number of pilot projects like the one in Turku dealing with district heating systems and municipal buildings. There is the one on digital planning solutions to optimize heat consumption in buildings in Helsinki, or waste management and circular activities in Lappeenranta. We also see many twin cities working with cities in Finland, namely Turku with Porto, Helsinki with Newcastle, and Lappeenranta with Maribor. So this is something which I want to highlight because it's very important. We will not succeed if we restrict ourselves to the 100 cities that are part of the mission. We need to broaden the group of cities that are committed to climate neutrality, and we will do that through the sharing of experience that we can do between the cities of the mission and the other cities in Europe that have this commitment and ambition as well. Now, my second message will be on the role that cities play in delivering emission reductions and turning climate city contracts into concrete investment. You know that the mission label is not an end in itself, actually. It's just a beginning of a difficult process. We want the cities to implement the investment plan, to turn the plans that they have in their investment plans into bankable projects, namely identifying the investors so that they can deploy those solutions on the ground. That means concretely for the Commission to change a little bit our approach as regards the type of support we are providing to the cities. We are moving from a situation where we supported cities in developing their climate city contracts into a situation where we are helping cities in implementing their investment plans. Concretely, what we have put in place is services, technical assistance, financial advisory services, that actually contributing to this purpose of increasing the bankability of projects. We do that through the Capital Hub. We do that through the support that is provided by the European Investment Bank and the fact that they have set aside a lending facility of 2 billion specifically for the cities of the mission. Now, my last point would be actually on what the Commission expects or what the EU expects from mission cities and why their work is important in the wider European context. I think the role of mission cities, as I explained a little bit to you before, is critical because you act as experimentation and innovation hubs so that other European cities can follow suit, so that we can actually meet our objective of climate neutrality for the entire continent by 2050. That strategy for climate neutrality that you're implementing will benefit other cities across Europe. It will set a model for other cities, and in the months and years ahead, many more cities across Europe will be inspired by your leadership. The target of climate neutrality, namely 2030 for the cities in the mission is critical, clearly. But the experience of the cities mission is also very important. And the journey that you have gone through is very important as well to share with other cities. The Climate City Contract approach has highlighted in particular the crucial role of the citizens, the importance of breaking silos inside municipalities and across the multi-level governance process, the need for early engagement with public and private investors, and for innovative financing options. So I think to conclude, I would like to stress that today, Turku and the other mission cities are pioneers, providing space for where urban transformation begins, showing to the rest of Europe and to the world that climate action and competitiveness go together, that innovation and sustainability can reinforce each other, and that cities are not only places where people live, but engines of transformation and leadership in shaping healthier, greener, and a better future for our children. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Philip. I have two questions. One is...
I hope I have two answers.
Of course you have, I'm sure. You'll cope with this. One is that how are you going to transfer this knowledge from the mission cities to the other cities? What are the concrete sort of measures that can be taken so that these best practices can be forwarded?
Well, what we have put in place, first of all, I should remind everyone that we have two objectives in the mission. The first one is to support these 100 cities to become climate neutral, and the second one is actually specifically the sharing of experience for a much broader group of cities. So we have put in place a number of measures already now with the support of the mission platform, Net Zero Cities, for twinning between cities that are part of the mission and new cities that have actually shown an interest in following the experience that is being shared by the cities of the mission. So we do that at European level, and we have an extensive program of twinning, but we do that also at international level. And I should mention here an initiative of Mission Innovation, which is called Urban Transition, the Urban Transition Mission, where we are covering not only cities in Europe, and by the way, Turku is participating, but also cities from across the globe.
Another question. You said really nice things about the mission cities. Is there something you'd like to see the mission cities accelerate as well? Is there something they could improve?
I'm sure I'm going to make myself a lot of friends now. No, I think what we have seen is that the investment plans that were put forward by the cities in the Climate City Contract was very comprehensive. But we would have possibly expected some of these projects to be a little bit more ready than what they are now in, which means that before looking for investors, there is still some work to be done. And this is not a criticism. No, this is normal. This is a normal process.
Room for development.
Exactly. So we learn from that experience. When we learn from that experience in a sense that rather than just looking for investors directly, we know that we have to work together with the city and the municipalities in improving the maturity of those projects before we submit to investors. And that means a bit of reorganization from our side, but this is something that we are committed to do and that we are already doing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Poissard.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Ja aivan kuten Philip myös tuossa totesi, tavoitteena on jakaa kokemuksia, näkemyksiä ja hyviä käytäntöjä. Sitä me teemme tänään ja aloitamme tervetulleeksi tänne lavalle 3 kaupungin edustajat. Tervetuloa Lappeenrannan kaupungin ympäristöjohtaja Jukka Räsänen, Lahdesta kasvupalvelujohtaja Johanna Särkijärvi ja Vaasasta strategiapäällikkö Suvi Aho. Olkaa hyvät, tervetuloa istua.
Please, welcome. Have a seat. Wherever you want to be seated, maybe I will take this seat here myself.
Teillä on kaikilla kokemus jonkun sortin ikään kuin tämmöisestä ainutlaatuisesta asemasta.
Unique position.
Vaasa on ollut
Vaasa, you have been in a green leaf city since 2026, and also Lappeenranta 2021, and Lahti, European Capital of Environment 2021. Was that correct with the years? Okay. So how would you crystallize the benefit that you have gained through the status I just mentioned? What are the concrete things that you could say? Suvi, please start. The year is underway and it's very tangible for us. There's great inspiration. We are all enthusiastic about it. So we are doing this with enthusiasm. Citizens are involved, employees are involved to the city, and we are also proud of this. And this is not the Vasa's large energy storage area. We have concrete steps that we are taking together. We are proud of it, and we do even things better. So there's a possibility to communicate about existing things that get attention to what you do. Yes, exactly. Okay, and then Lappeenranta, please. Yes, indeed. Being environmental capital, it's a title. And these are, I would say, in communication, events in communication. And then you have reflections of that in our, well, the residents amongst them. In particular, if I think of my colleagues, all the employees, there is this message that is taken forward through them. And it reaches out to the future, throughout the whole organization. People will become more active themselves. You don't need to push them at all. It's not just like macaroni, no. This is a great way of doing things. Okay, inspiration, is that something that is true for you? Or do you have some other benefits? Yes, same benefits for us as well. We have the internal benefits for the city. So the entire city is involved, not just the environmental questions that are done by civil servants someplace. We also have external benefits. That means we can differentiate from others with this. And then, of course, concrete benefits. We clearly see we have international networks that are more expanded now, and we are a partner now that is a desired partner. And I've seen in Lahti, it has also affected our business life. It is a benefit for the business life. And this might be a surprise. Could you give me some examples of that, please? And what kind of development projects and what is the concrete progress that you've made because of the status? So business life examples, please. Yes, if I think of internal development first, we launched a cluster of electronic transportation. So it means electrified transportation. So we can have an impact globally because, of course, companies provide global solutions. We can also have in our business life more of it in our own city. Just one example. And then another example, I would say our company has been using the status of environmental capital every time you make a presentation, City of Lahti, it's mentioned. It is an interesting thing. And it also brings to us companies who are interested in this. The city has a strong mission on this topic, and that enables cooperation and attraction. We are an attractive place to those companies who have the same mission as we. Oh yes, the Environment Capital City 2021 was the year for you, but it's still there. It's quite a long time existing thing, and it gives you benefits. Yes, and also for the residents, that's true. Quite often people appeal to us if we do something stupid in the city. Okay, interesting. So other concrete steps. Lappeenranta, what have you launched? Also become more international. That is true for us as well. European Green Leaf Prize is indeed something that puts us out there in the network. We're now a mission city after that. So, and also project cooperation. So we have European partners now, and I counted a year ago, we had 300 European partners around Europe sharing the projects. And they were launched after this. And the one thing is that Lappeenranta has a university, has a profile of the same topics like energy, water, circular economy. So that helps us a lot. But then, yes, becoming more international. And if you think of residents, how they see this in their daily lives, then it's a question of working very much towards becoming carbon neutral, but also it's affordable living. Okay, any changes from the behavior of the residents or their habits or how they live? That is difficult to answer. and I don't know what type of change it is, but we do have a group of people who are very actively and they're actively involved and interested in the topics. In particularly, now we have a question of security as well. It's a major question to us, and therefore this has changed a bit. I understand that. And then Vaasa. What are the steps? If you would like to name some, please. Vaasa is an international city. If you think of per capita, I think we have the most non-Finnish speakers. We have global leaders in bioenergy in this city as well. So therefore, with this year, it's about cooperation between residents. That is the thing. Maybe not the challenge, but there has been some resources lacking. So how to connect, how to get people involved in the story of energy clusters. So therefore, with the resources of Greenleaf, we're trying to now put the money into different initiatives by our residents. And also, of course, our employees are able to propose ideas. So it's a process from bottom up even more, going towards the grassroots level. And also companies, as I said, it's an exporting cluster that we can see in the city, taking things forward in Europe as well. So we're trying to get everybody on board. So that, I would say, is the concrete thing for us. Of course, commitment work, SMEs, and all that as well. So we're having this residential democracy, I would say. I see it. That's one maybe of the most difficult things or challenging things to get the residents involved in genuine terms. Go ahead, Lappeenranta. I would say it's much easier to win a prize and declare we are good at this in Europe compared to getting the people in the cottages to believe in this. Or then in Lappeenranta, the local grill, the people will say that they usually criticize things. So that is the thing. What about the city of Lahti? What is the challenge for you to get residents on board? As you said, the events of the environmental capital of the year. We had hundreds of partners, so many really joined in. But there's an opposition, but it's good to have an opposition because they challenge you. But I think you have to think more about, well, there's the climate, which is quite difficult to grasp, really. So the more you get concrete benefits from this, then you know that there's business life things, we do things there, and a sustainable business, you get benefits from that. And, of course, nature as well. And they all come together under the auspices of climate. Then it becomes more concrete. And then the residents also can see that because you can show it to them that it's close to their lives. As for City of Lappeenranta, yes, research community. You said the university already, but what about the academy? Do you have research projects in particular now involved in this? I think it's about networking. It's cooperation in a network. And then we always go back after certain intervals to the different applications and doing things together. And I would say this Greenleaf network is for us, and the university LUT is involved and the city is involved both. So that is a way for us to have regular meetings, to discuss the matters, and of course launch new things. Maybe a concrete example of that. Once we had the resource-wise roadmap 2015, and the LUT University people presented this, saying that don't use electricity now, don't use oil, and at the time it felt that it was far-fetched idea, but no, it's today. It's the life of today. So therefore, a scientific community can tell us the direction of the future, and then we can speed up our own processes towards that. Then Vaasa, a question to you. You have quite a lot of cooperation with Sweden. What about that cooperation and the status? How did that affect your cooperation with overseas? That is a good question, indeed. And I think NATO discussion, others have affected the view, how we're seen. And maybe Vaasa, if I think about Finland, it's a very core place because Umeå is in Sweden as well, a very sort of a center city. So there are good positive developments taking place that we have even more discussion. We have a common development strategy with Umeå, have had that for years, and now with Green Leaf application, the best practice was to become the queen of the Baltic. So we have the Baltics, the vessel, that is very important, and that was in January when we now had the new batteries in the vessel. So 12 megawatts is the power of the vessel, and that saves 23, well, at least a lot of emissions. So I'm very proud of that, and it's a common thing with the city of Umeå from Sweden. We got more impetus into that. It's a deeper cooperation. It's now spreading around to other business areas, not just logistics anymore, but that's development of culture, and Umeå is very much involved there. So we deepen our collaboration and also preparing ourselves for the future financial framework as well. So EU, international cooperation, all of that, it is good to build on that, even though we think about strategic collaboration of the region. Oh yes, the vessel. I would like to have that in Lappeenranta. Yes, you can lend it. Pia Elo will ask her. You wanted to give a comment on this discussion, Pia, so go ahead.
Are you getting interested? Of course, it's always interesting to hear what others are doing. May I sit down? Of course. When listening, it's so interesting to hear what has been achieved through different statuses. Turku had the cultural capital status, and it has left a strong mark on the city the way it is nowadays. And from that perspective, I'm of course interested in different opportunities, and you have really made use of these opportunities. And Lahti's example on how it has impacted the city's vitality and how to engage the citizens of the cities and making clear to them how this work creates a city for them. And also your cooperation with neighbors, really great ideas all around. Okay, let's take a final round, a quick one. What is the best thing that is still alive in each of your cities after or through this status? You're still celebrating the anniversary year, but just one thing from the top of your head. Well, we are sharing the university with Lappeenranta, LUT, which is also strongly growing. So nowadays, these things, research development and developing of business life are going hand in hand. So when we do anything, we try to join forces in saving the world. Lappeenranta, our business services, we are also cooperating, making it the cooperation even closer and tighter, and that is something I think is permanent. And of course, what comes, the continuous innovation coming from the LUT University, those two things. And we're a credible partner. That's what we are today. Good perspective. And then Vaasa. I would also mention the certain way we have been able to raise our profile. We are the energy business, and we've been able to introduce the city policies alongside of that. And one moment where that crystallized in a nice way when we had our Energy Week opening. It's an annual business event, and we introduced our breakdance young people's group there, and we've never introduced any cultural program in it, and people got really excited about it, and it's something they want to see in the future as well. So it's a nice example of combining different areas as raising our profile as a community. Are you getting interested in the status of a green city? I think we need to consider what Turku is going to do next. We have been been working very hard, I have to say. But saving the world, the business of saving the world sounds pretty great. Thank you. Well, a quick comment. I think Turku would be an excellent addition among the other European cities. I'm sure you will achieve that status. We will help you. Okay, thank you. We do a lot together, so we can continue that work. Thank you for all these examples, and thank you, Pia, for your comments. As mentioned already many times, Turku is participating in the EU mission for 100 climate-neutral cities, and I'm sure that creates a lot of work also. And we will soon have a panel discussion here on the stage, including Helsinki, Espoo, Tampere representatives in it also. But before we continue our discussion in the panel, we're going to hear where the mission cities are currently with their emission reductions and what is their significance for Finland's climate goals. And these numbers will be presented to us by Miika Meretoja from the city of Helsinki.
Kiitos.
Thank you. In this 100 climate-neutral city mission, the goal is that the greenhouse gas emissions into our atmosphere will be in balance by latest 2030. And in this connection, emission reductions are in a key position, key role, so that the emissions from various sectors can be reduced from the atmosphere through different tools and methods. And these 6 mission cities in Finland have very ambitious climate targets, at least 80%, all of them, reduction in emissions compared to 1990 level, and the cities have progressed nicely. As you can see from these numbers, the targets are much more ambitious than what has been defined in our national targets. Turku emission development is based on data that is 1 year younger than the other cities, which perhaps explains why Turku is a number 1 position. But Turku's goal is very ambitious, minus 90% by 2029, which is our anniversary year. But this is not a competition, this is a joint mission. Turku has also so far reached all its emission reduction goals and targets. 75% target set for last year, for 2025, based on a pre-information. It seems that they have reached this target, and the largest emission reductions have taken place in the energy sector. In road traffic or road transport, the development has been slower in Turku as well, and road transport is the largest individual sector in terms of amount of emissions, and activities will be focusing on this area in order to reach our common goals, and the mission cities of course have a key role, key position in this overall development. As this chart or picture shows you, it shows you how this pioneer status, what it looks like. We can see that out of cities that grow fast, where 30% of the population of Finland already reside in, so the overall emissions have been reduced faster, and per resident by 2/3 from the previous 1990 level. And this data is based on regional calculations by the Finnish Environmental Center. These results show that the mission cities have the ability to change their activities in such a way that the citizens' everyday life and the everyday life of the companies is transformed into a more sustainable way of life, and as such also accelerate the national level development. That was that in short. Thank you so much. And now we will hear more from the cities, but we will also invite representatives from the ministries. And I would like to invite my panelists. And as I mentioned, introduce you, please take your seat on the stage. So our joint panel discussion, welcome Marjo Nummelin from the Ministry of the Environment, and from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment, Voutilainen, and then the cities representatives, Kati Skippari, Environmental Director from Tampere, Niina Nousjärvi, Development Manager, Climate, City of Espoo, Hanna Westlin, Climate Director, City of Helsinki, and Risto Veivo, Climate Director, City of Turku. And now please give our panelists a great big applause. And you, dear audience, please remember to send in your questions. I have the iPad right here, so you will be able to present your questions almost in real time. So let's get started. Actually, I thought that the representatives from the ministries might begin. I'm interested in hearing, how do you view the city's efforts regarding climate action, and how important do you consider them to be? Marjo, please go ahead. Thank you. I may begin. The significance of the cities, how important they are considering the national perspective, was clearly demonstrated in the review before. In order for us to reach the national targets, it's important that the cities make an effort, and most of the work is being carried out in the cities. My work, however, is to move about in the international arena. So I would like to, for that reason, say that globally the big picture, unfortunately, is that we will not be able to reach the Paris Agreement targets to keep the raise in the temperature at 1.5 degrees. And in order to accelerate climate actions and keep up the ambitiousness of these actions, it's something that is necessary everywhere. In this situation, I'm sure you have all seen that globally things are quite difficult. We of course have a difficult geopolitical situation overall. We have all kinds of crises. There is a big country that is no longer in following the Paris Agreement, I mean the USA, but of course climate work has not stopped by any means. But in this situation, pioneer type of work is needed from other countries, and we have to always try and reach a consensus, but it's at the moment very, very difficult. So we need positive examples, and it is very important that Finnish cities are also clearly visible as pioneers on the international forums. Great example of the connection between national and international. And then Olli, what would you like to say? Well, even though the big picture in the international arena is sometimes quite poor and negative, the climate handprint concept, through that we can perhaps see that the cities have more impact also across the borders. And that gives us opportunities to reduce emissions. And here we arrive at the different innovations that we can use globally, and these innovations often are invented in the cities. And through that, we can reach a larger handprint. If we think about development, that always starts by first identifying the challenges. So now I would like to hear also from the city's representatives. A lot of good things has been done, a lot has been achieved, but what do we need to understand in this day and age, in this environment we are currently in? What do we need to understand in order to achieve the targets? What kind of concrete challenges do you identify today? Thank you. Espoo City, we have halved our emissions since 1990. And at the same time, population has doubled. So that has been a great achievement, but especially the traffic and transport emissions are a challenge in the future. And for that, we need a common front with the EU level as well as with the state, so that we're able to reduce those emissions as well. In Espoo, we have just proposed that zero emission zones be established in the urban environment, for example, for trucks. Good concrete example. Shall we continue with the same topic, transport, traffic, or do you have something else to present? City of Tampere has invested a lot in public transportation. We have a new edition of our tram lines in the city, and we are also developing this so-called plus concept, a larger bus line, electrified bus line, substituting the traffic, and our tram transport has grown since 2025 by almost 80%. Wasn't that a big surprise, actually, what you prognosed? Yes, true. We have had more travelers, more users. It has been very popular. And of course, in the very first stages, COVID was an obstacle when we first introduced the tram line, or it opened up. Anyway, the challenge is lack of long-term kind of development. This theme on the state's side, as well as in municipal decision-making, is a little bit in the sidelines now. We do need more ambitiousness in order to achieve the targets and to even surpass who is lacking this kind of long-term perspective? Well, I would say it's not in my professional group. I mean, I'm an official. Perhaps it is on the other side, state side, more big countries, states no longer participating in certain agreements and so on. So perhaps those examples are discouraging us. What about Helsinki? Have you found some solutions already? Well, some, yes, of course, in the energy side especially. We still have ways to go, though. Electrification of traffic is, of course, self-evident, but I think now we talk a lot about getting enough of the equipment and machinery, and it's very important that we keep developing our infrastructure, for example, loading, charging infrastructure, and many other things, and also heavy machinery becoming electrified. That creates different needs. We need to be ready. The same applies for water transportation. Many of us come from growing cities. Helsinki is growing with 10,000 residents per year, so we have to be brave and bold and talk about how to limit and reduce the amount of traffic. We can't only talk about electrifying transport and traffic. We need to reduce the amount as well. And what are the ways we can do that? And this has to be done in cooperation with the state. I'm sure regulation is a word we cannot avoid in this discussion, but we'll talk about that in a moment. But before that, Risto Veivo, what are the challenges you identify for these objectives? Well, we heard from many different perspectives, wind, business, transport and traffic, but perhaps I would like to pay attention to what happens after 2029 or 2030. What is our long-term vision? In our updated climate plan, for the first time, we also have a target for reducing emissions from consumption. And we have targets for how our actions in our own area and globally contribute to emissions and how we can reduce. So how do we introduce a more sustainable way of life? We have 47 churches, congregations, businesses, universities, medical industry, our shipbuilding industries. We are all working together, committing to these targets. There's a lot of excitement around this, and we want to further strengthen the momentum. We are quite good in climate work, and we achieve a lot, and we have the opportunity to create a sustainable future. So we could still sort of increase, regardless of all the challenges, do this work in a more optimistic and
Mennäänpä nyt siihen, minkä itse asiassa Niina jo tuossa
in a more positive way.
Mutta se, että itse asiassa Hanna taisi mainita, että mitä valtion suuntaan.
Indeed. Hanna, I think you talked about the state. Could you maybe start? So what about this national level, government level? Other cities, you can give you a wish list, but let's first talk about how to influence things. So what are your wishes towards the government? I would say there are three main wishes. If I had the barrel of wishes and topmost three, then predictability in the policy making. That is very important when we have investments for tens of years. You can't be going back and forth in your policy making or on your view on transportation, energy. You have to be consistent, because otherwise it makes things very, very difficult for the cities to decide. So first you have civil servants, but then you have the city employees to decide on things. So I would say this is a backbone of everything. And then the government, it would be good if the government had the courage to give the cities decision-making power so that we can take up measures we need. We can't have measures like the sort of tariffs, rush hour tariffs. I know globally this is used, but not here. But cities should have the right to have determinants on that we could have tariffs during rush hours. That's second wish. And then the third one, maybe having less vehicles on the road. So therefore, the government should have mass transportation, having more railways, supporting mass transportation, so that the cities can keep up with the targets they've set. So cities play a major role here, that national goals can be reached. You saw that on slides by the previous presentation. So cities can do this work well, but these things should be in place. Okay, others can make their wishes in a short while, but any direct comments from the ministries next concerning these wishes? Well, I could say that Helsinki, if you think of headlines, so we have lately calculated the investments made to the bicycle lanes. 200 million euros was that sum of money in a certain time frame. And this is one way. And that is one way of having climate-friendly lifestyle, and it's easy for the residents. and I cannot highlight that too much. So therefore, the government, no matter what the policy making you do, but if you don't have any echo in the life of citizens, amongst the residents, it is not very effective, is it? Therefore, it is all about the residents, their inclusion, and using that inclusion. What about that predictability? Because it was no wish list. No matter what the industry is, they wish for that. What do you think of that? I know it's an internal question, how to get more predictability and long-term decision-making perspective. Yes, that's a $1,000 question. And I personally agree. This is very important because investments are indeed made in the long run, in particularly energy sector. There are tens of years investments in no matter which sector. And therefore, going back and forth is not helping you. And unfortunately, then global level, we are facing a situation where it looks like that things are not progressing as they should progress. But still, things are continuing. And to say that we're not laying our laurels, there are many, many countries and places who are committed to these things, as always have been. This is democracy. It is about policy making as well. Sometimes politics have some changes, but still, the message is there. And I'm ready to take that message forward because I hear it from the companies, from NGOs, from different sources that the direction should be clear. But then green transition, it is ongoing, definitely. So the big picture is there. And nothing will stop this transition. But as said, we don't want to go back and forth. Okay, more messages then. Going back to the city representatives. What are your messages, your wishes, please? Not for you, because you're not representing government here. We understand you don't have to reply to all these points. But what do you wish from the national level? Any further concrete examples? I think I would classify things into three entities. So regulation that you talked about, and also the traffic hour tariffs that should be decided by the cities. And also regulating also sets out other objectives. And then funding, investment questions, support, if you acquire something that should be supported. And on the other hand, I would see the EU collaboration and question of financing there as well. The future MMF question from the EU, you need to have a place in the framework for the city perspective and how that will be taken into account. Then regulations and funding plus partnerships, collaboration. It is also linked to this long-term work, how we all together see climate questions. And that is, of course, linked to larger questions of emissions and on our path towards carbon neutrality. Okay, Kati, and then Rista at the end as well. Yes, very good messages were already said aloud. And maybe this one more add-on. I agree with the others, but maybe some knowledge base is being used. We need more harmonized knowledge base, like carbon sink calculations. So we need for that purpose for the cities a harmonious way to do calculation so that they are comparable numbers and even comparable with the Nordic countries because there are a lot of spruces and pines in the area. So in that regard, I think we need more knowledge by the national level, by the research centers of this country. Because today there's variation around. It's based on the consultant that you're using, and they give you calculations on the carbon sink. So maybe it's a detail, but it's still good. Yes, that is a solution proposal you're making. I like that. And now Rista, please, go ahead. Yes, a lot of good things, and I really agree about partnerships, doing things together, regulations, but then that knowledge-based or data-based approach. We had the same thing with emission calculations 15 years ago. Different consultants had different calculations. They did their best, but there were still different numbers. But now we have the Environmental Act. So we have a harmonized system, carried out calculations by the Finnish Environmental Institute for all municipalities in Finland. And it's been harmonized together with the national level of calculations. And the IPCC, the city report, I've been involved with that. And so far I haven't seen elsewhere. This is organized the way we've done that in Finland. So therefore we have great practice here in Finland. It is serving the cities, municipalities extremely well. Yes, carbon sinks, we need the same thing for it. And then nationally we need to then fix this carbon sink question, because today it's too much of a challenge for each city individually. In particular, as said, the calculations bear challenges. But then data-based or knowledge-based, yes, the mission cities, they have knowledge and database, science-based knowledge is there. And therefore, Finland should be more involved in research, I would say, more than today. That is my opinion. That we have sustainability work and climate work which is researched. It is science-based, and that it truly is a base for us to decide on and do policy making and develop action based on that, and also business as well. Thank you. That was a very concrete round of comments. And now the ministries, you can all, of course also ask questions towards cities. What are your wishes for the cities? I think the first wish is that, well, we spoke a lot about global situation, but in general, there are so many different challenges that there maybe are conflicting ones, financial questions on one hand, but then security on the other hand. So therefore, what I wish is that the cities, as with the ministry, we want to make sure that these climate questions are not isolated questions. We often say climate action is about competitiveness, it is about well-being of the citizens and the people. So it's not a separate environmental question, but it's part of the big picture. That's definitely so. We have to take that into account. And then networking. I think that is great in Finland that we do have, it's a small country, I know, small circles, but therefore we have good cooperation between the cities and the central administration, business life, NGOs. So therefore, we have a common goal and we all work towards that same goal. So keep up with that. And I'm sure you are good examples for Europe as well and for the global level as well. So thank you, City of Turku, thank you for that we're now involved in the initiative, which is a global one. So we get other people involved as well. So we're setting example for others. Okay, and then Olli, you have the honor of closing this one. What you would like to tell the cities? Well, two things that are related to what Mario said. First one is what was said, the partnerships. Partnerships and also sparring each other. And we have excellent tradition of that in Finland compared to many other countries out there. So the government, the cities, they're able to collaborate and able to ask critical questions as well on no matter what topic, and also inspire each other, because that's the next level. And I don't think that you can find that everywhere in Europe. Then innovation, because the role of an innovator for the cities is very much there. Thinking of City of Lahti, for instance, developing electronic charging technology, vehicles. And then that is part of an environmental positive brand, if you like. So that is decarbonization, that is about sustainability, and thus you will get good results. Oh, thank you. That was inspiring panel discussion. So more concrete things as for the future. What can we do better? Thank you all for this. And I think I need to give the microphone to other speakers. So we do have a comment on this, but this will be taken up separately. Networks.
And now I believe there is one a person in here from the city of Nantes. Am I right? Yes? Where you are there. Welcome. You work in a very close partnership with Turku, for example, and the other mission cities. We know that you have had quite an extraordinary summer with the heat waves and everything. Can you tell us about your thoughts and the experience that you have at the moment with this kind of phenomena that you have had with the heat waves?
Yeah, thank you. So
you can introduce yourself as well, and maybe you can stand up as well, so it'd be nice to see you. Yes.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us with you in Turku. We enjoyed so much seeing so much grass and so much trees that we've missed a lot of the last month.
Yeah.
It's very unexpected. We were not thinking that we would be standing here today telling you about the heat in west of France, because this is very abnormal. As you can see, the maximum temperature in Nantes was actually, it was 42 degrees something, and in July we had the average maximum daily temperature of 36 degrees, which is the temperature you have normally in Algeria in the summer. So it's 11 degrees above the usual summer temperature. And one thing that we've seen as civil servants, but also as inhabitants, is how climate injustice really strikes you in such moments. Of course, workers working outside, but also elderly people or children were very rapidly and most affected. And in schools, for instance, because we had 5 heat waves since mid of May. The second one was the hottest one. This is when this photo was taken. Schools were still open, and temperatures were recorded in some classes, in some classrooms with 45 degrees. And so this was really a nightmare, and the city, of course, decided immediately to close schools at noon every day, which was a relief for some families, but a disaster for others who didn't have a proper housing for their kids. So as we saw, there were very short-term crisis solutions that were taken, but there was also a grassroots movement that was organized by parents. And this is also how we see that the population can get involved. So we had, from the 120 schools, about 60 of them, so half of the schools, parents came together, developed this movement, were very active in the media, talked to the mayor, and the mayor actually took some decisions early this week for short-term solutions for next summer, but also for strong investments in schools.
Yeah.
So we have a very negative
this is
side,
a very
but also
concrete example of what the climate does, and what we can do about it, and what we can't do.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Elise, for this comment. Thank you. And you can give applause, even though that, yeah.
The France example really makes it concrete what these global societal themes are visible and how they all intertwine. And this is also a security question, and why this all is important and significant. And that creates a concrete link to people's everyday lives and what these themes can cause. How many of you, by the way, feel that you are living a good and sustainable everyday life at the moment? Almost everyone is raising their hand. And what about in those families of yours where you have young people or children? How in many families, children and young really promote and demand sustainable lifestyle choices? Quite a few. This is probably quite a typical situation currently. Now we will talk about what good and sustainable everyday life in urban environment is all about. I'm not sure if microphones have been already provided for everyone, but I would like to invite Essi Lindberg, Turku City Councillor, Antti Mäkelä, Senior Scientist from the Finnish Meteorological Institute, Lotta Suveri, Senior Specialist from the City of Turku, Hugo Vahalahti, President of Olea Think, and Perttu Helin, a Turku City Councillor and member of the Centre Party. Welcome. Everyone has a microphone. That's wonderful. Welcome. I thought that we should get started with why this theme on a personal level is important to you when we talk about good and sustainable everyday life. Hugo? Well, of course, this applies to all of us, to every one of us. We all live everyday lives. We all live. So I'm the president of Olea Think. We're a young experts think tank established in 2022, and we discuss all of these themes and how everybody has the opportunity to have an impact in my everyday life. What is relevant is how does everyone get the opportunity to have the opportunity to make an impact. Children were already mentioned. So personally, I have 3 small children, so that's my perspective. They're going to live much longer than I will, hopefully. And what kind of Finland will they live in climate-wise? I hope that it would change as little as possible compared to my time. Essi? Well, I'm a Turku city councillor and I work with communications and these topics, societal and climate topics. And as a decision maker, I think this is a responsibility question. This is a security question. We have the responsibility to build a society that is safe and sustainable for future generations. I also look at this from that perspective, that this cannot be the responsibility of individual people and their consumption choices. No, we have to build structures that enable sustainable life for everyone in the future. Lotte, do you agree, or do you have different reasons why this is important to you? I do see this as the major challenge of our time. My career choices the career choices I have made have brought me to Turku City and a position where I can tackle these questions. Lotte is one of the people organizing this whole event, so please give applause to Lotte and everyone else who has been involved in organizing this event. And Perttu, why is this topic important to you? Well, this is something that has been close to me since I was a child. I was in the Scouts and now I have a family of my own, children, and I'm also an educator. I work in the school environment, so children's growth have always been essential to me. Today we have discussed these topics on many different levels, on concrete terms as well as on the higher level, and now that we talk about the urban environment, people living in the cities, the importance of nature that is close by is very essential. How does the growth of cities and the nature nearby that really enables healthy growth and development of children are to be combined? Because more and more children grow up in urban environments that are growing. If we allow generations to grow up in a concrete concrete as material type of environment, then it's going to be very difficult to correct later. Thank you for this bridge to the next topic. So what, in an ideal situation, in your opinion, what are the elements of a sustainable everyday life? So relationship to nature is what Perttu was referring to. What else is needed in the ideal picture? Antti, an example. In some things, it would be good to go back in time. So was everything better in the old days? Not everything, but some people were more mobile, they exercised more, they were physically more active. My relatives said, you know, they had 10 kilometers to school and so on. Exactly. Where an extreme example of kids skiing to school for 10 kilometers. But we know that in Finland, children are not physically active enough. They have challenges there, and we should try and identify challenges, obstacles in this. Hugo? I wouldn't say that it is an extreme example. If cities were planned in such a way that it is easy for people to bike or walk to places, it would encourage them to do so. But currently we live in cities where the planning focuses on the use of vehicles, of cars. Young people will not be physically active in a intersection where you have 5 lanes and you need to cross it in order to be active physically. So these are very concrete examples. Investing in public transport, it's an ideal situation where Uber for 2 people is not cheaper than taking the HSL bus in the Helsinki region. What does sustainable everyday life mean to you? Well, there was one question was good and sustainable life. For me, good is sustainable. Sustainable is included in the good everyday life. It means that you are living an everyday life where you don't separately notice that you are trying to live it sustainably. So when everyday life is good, it is simultaneously sustainable. It's easy to make sustainable choices. It's not a question of price. Yeah, that's how I would describe it. Lotte, do you agree? Yes, I do. The close by nature, high quality environment, pleasant spaces for people to spend their free time in. And in addition, to me, high quality everyday life is that I don't have to own anything I need and use. I can loan, I can own things, share the ownership of things that I need occasionally. And somehow there's a sense of community around me, and that the significance of life doesn't come from consuming things and owning things and objects. I identify this type of phenomenon as well. I think it's growing, this kind of thinking, which feels quite healthy. Essi, what elements would you introduce into good life? Many good things were already mentioned that I share. Sustainable life is the same as good life. I would also like to approach this through the idea of good life. Future has belief and trust in future has not been mentioned yet, and that has been tested lately. And as decision makers, we have to strengthen that and be bold in making decisions that guide us towards sustainable life. And in the future, we don't have to talk about sustainable everyday life any longer because it is given. What would you like to change, see change so that we would get closer to that ideal? What is obstructing us? In earlier discussion, these critical topics, construction, building, mobility in different ways, transport, traffic has been mentioned here before, and being able to build rail traffic options in other cities as well. So low carbon everyday life. It creates a big volume if we're able to introduce more sustainable transport and traffic solutions. What else would you like to see change? Well, doing things with children in mind, those would always be future-oriented solutions and decisions if we do them with children in the forefront. We would look at things very differently if we considered the perspective of smaller and slightly older children first, and For whom are we building a sustainable everyday life? Do we do it for ourselves or for our children? And then is the question presented, how do we take it into account? That is interesting. How can you have an impact on this as decision makers? And are you able to introduce those ideas? What should I say? In our party and among the officials, I think everybody agrees that these are important things, but they come with a price tag. If I say that in this city planning, we need to plan on a green space where children can make a fire. If you propose such an idea that let's leave this unbuilt, this area, that's very difficult to do and achieve in an urban environment that is being build at an accelerating pace. Our chairperson's main message, his or her reason to be in politics, is to advance things for our children. In the Green Party, if we think about children, we usually make good decisions for the future. It has a price tag right now, but in the long term, it doesn't look quite that bad. And that's why it's worth implementing now. Don't use the word wasteland. Use some slightly prettier expression for that empty space you want to leave for the children, but a very important point. Hugo, what does this all sound to you like? Well, I often like to lean on my youth as an argument, but I think it's great to say that you plan something for young people. You know, if something takes 10 years, will the decision makers really be around to see the effects? Perhaps 20 years or so, but my generation and the ones following will be seeing the impacts in 100 years' time still. So I do hope that political decision making would be more future-oriented and more long-term. And I think all decision makers' average age should be lowered by approximately 30 years. Pretty bold ideas here in this panel. Anything else that we could do right now, in your opinion? And this also, Nan's example introduces another element, namely that climate questions may have serious implications to our everyday lives. How could we protect our citizens better, more effectively from the impacts of climate change? Well, introducing green spaces, green areas, nearby nature in the urban regions, thinking about France's example, they have added trees in France a lot, and to enable a versatile, diverse nearby nature is something that is very effective. It improves the situation in terms of drought and having soil where rain can absorb into, and so on. Lotte and then Perttu, please. Yes, adjusting to climate change in cities, all kinds of nature-based solutions, and increasing the amount of green spaces that we are preparing ourselves for extreme weather phenomena. All kinds of urban solutions that help us adjust are good, but in general, talking about this topic and ambitiousness about the actions on different levels, communities, businesses, individuals, cities, states, EU level, all different levels, and perhaps it's about finding your own role. What can I do in my work or in my leisure time? I'm a history teacher, so I would like to make a link to a wider picture, how to engage people. We have open war in Europe at the moment, and we hear a lot of terrible things in the news. Children and young people are quite susceptible to these. We have to solve these acute problems so that we can focus on the vitally important long-term questions. We are lacking a we are only enough space and capacity to focus on one or two things at the same time. So if we have areas that are being bombed compared to areas that are experiencing a heat wave, it's just difficult to tackle. So there should be space for value-based discussion, but capacity is taken up. Yes, or if someone's family situation is very dire, it's difficult to engage children in such questions. Antti, when we think about these extreme weather phenomena, how serious are they in your opinion? How we in Finland can prepare ourselves for such phenomena? Well, it is extremely serious, as we saw on that temperature map from France. So imagine such a situation in Finland, of course, quite unlikely in near future, but it would be extremely difficult here in everyday life. So it's hard to even imagine how people coped over there in France. But something that is good is that research and science has taken huge leaps. We have all kinds of digital twin simulation material that help us to assess, for example, climate risks for the city of Turku. And the Meteorological Institute can use these, but it would be important always to engage end users, the local perspective. So it's always best to do all of that work together in a partnership with local operators. And we, of course, always want to see that presented then in the decision making, that there's an actual effect. So cooperation and keeping an open dialogue. Yes, Essi asked for the floor, and then I'll give the final word to Hugo. So community spirit was mentioned here. I also feel that when we talk a lot and also invest a lot in defense of the country, we should see a link and use it to motivate people to do things together in advance. We have emergency plans in place, and we could create city area teams that help practice and create exercises for various emergency situations, such as drone attacks. And then we could, for example, do other things together, like plant more green areas in the courtyards of housing companies, of the buildings that could absorb more of the rainwater, and so forth. Great concrete ideas and examples, but Hugo, you were already looking further into the future, looking at the horizon. Please continue with that. What does, in your opinion, does this sustainable future look like? Do you have trust that things will... Do I have trust? I would like to be, but am I always able to be trusting? No. Looking at what happens in the world, we have wars, but those don't disclude environmental work or climate work actions. All these weather phenomena, extreme ones, and according to the Finnish Meteorological Institute next year due to El Nino is going to be a record-breaking year in the world's history. So sometimes it feels that there's no way out. But when we talk about young people and the future, I also want to emphasize that it's an unpleasant thought to always talk about us, but we don't have power at the same time. Future is being built for us, but we have no resources or power to involve ourselves in that work. Cooperation. That is the solution. Involve us, young people, and place your actions, plan your actions based on that. Applause at this point, but please remain seated still. Before we move to the green room and to continue our discussion, something still about Turku and how they listen to young people, let's say children, because we talk about third graders. One action in Turku has been that in the beginning of September they will invite children to a nature meeting. Third graders are going to attend and are going to express their wishes about their living environment. And these examples will be used in the Nature Positivity Roadmap work. Turku City is inviting all of you to celebrate the Sustainable Life Week beginning on the 14th of September. All kinds of events are being organized, presenting different solutions and ideas there. And then science community is very active in Turku, cooperating, and researchers at the Business School of Turku University are currently conducting a study of these topics, and there everyone can participate. In September, a study called Delfoi is going to be opened up, and anyone can participate to share their ideas and thoughts. And at the green room, we have further information about this research project, a QR code also included. So if you want to participate in this type of work, that is one opportunity presented to you now. Otherwise, we will continue with our cocktail event, stairs up and to the right. That is where you will find it. And if there are any media representatives here, please stay close to the stage and we will take you over to introduce Pia Elo, Mayor of Risto Veivo, Mario Olli Voutilainen, and Finnish Mission City representatives, and also representative from the city of Nantes. So thank you all participants, our panelists, and enjoy the rest of the summer. Isn't it still summer? Thank you.
Kyllä, lämmin kiitos kaikille puhujille ja yleisölle tästä mielenkiintoisesta keskustelusta. Tosiaan nyt on jälleen pienen tauon aika. Ohjelma jatkuu tällä lavalla 5:00.
Warm thank you to all of you in the audience, and we will continue our program slightly later at 4:30.
Ja näin päästään jatkamaan tämän päivän ohjelmaa. Pienen näyttämön keskiviikon päättävä keskustelu on alkamassa. Tuttuun tapaan kaikki ohjelmat live-striimataan ja Lavan chat-keskusteluun pääsee lukemalla näytöllä näkyvän QR-koodin. Welcome back to the little stage. This program will also be live-streamed online, and if you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Päivän viimeisessä keskustelussa tarkastellaan eurooppalaisen puoluekentän muutosta sekä äärioikeiston kasvavaa vaikutusta Euroopan politiikassa. Now I am pleased to hand over the floor to the moderator of this discussion, Senior University Lecturer Inga Saikkonen from Åbo Academy. Ole hyvä.
Kiitos, and thanks so much. Great to see such a big audience here. My name is Inga Saikkonen, and I'm a Senior University Lecturer at Åbo Academy. And Åbo Academy is organizing this panel together with the ReSlide Consortium, which studies the resilience of liberal democracy in Finland. And today's theme is the rise of far-right parties and the changing European political landscape. First, I'd like to say a bit about the terminology used in this panel. So when we speak about far-right parties, we use the term far-right as this umbrella term denoting both radical right parties and extreme right parties. Although in practice, as we know, this line is often empirically very fuzzy. So a lot of radical right parties in Europe contain openly extremist elements. And for example, in Germany, the AfD party has been designated as a right-wing extremist organization by the Germany's Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution. But the rise of far-right parties represents one of the most important changes in European party systems since the end of the Cold War. So even in, let's say 10 or 15 years ago, far-right parties were thought of more niche parties. But now they are mainstream actors in most European countries. And often they are one of the largest political parties, at least in terms of electoral support in several European countries. Yet the question of firewall, i.e. do mainstream or the centre-right established political parties, whether they cooperate with far-right parties, especially in coalition governments, whether they accept them as coalition partners, or in other ways in policy making, is a very divisive question still in a lot of European countries. In other countries, as in Finland, we have far-right parties together in the government. But these are some of the questions that we'll be exploring in today's panel. I would like to begin by introducing our esteemed panelists. I will go alphabetically. So Kimmo Elo is the research director at the University of Eastern Finland. Marie Moran is an associate professor in equality studies at the University College Dublin, a School of Social Policy, Social Work and Social Justice, and director of the UCD Equality Studies Centre. Sanna Salo is senior researcher in the European Union and Strategic Competition Programme at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, and Henri Vogt is professor in political science at the University of Turku. So first I'd like to set the stage. What is the situation in 2026 in several important European countries? It's difficult to get an overall picture of this, but we'll focus on specific country cases that our panelists are experts in. So first I'd like to ask Kimmo about the situation in Germany. We know that Saxony-Anhalt is holding an election for the state parliament in a couple of weeks, and AfD is for the first time a far-right party may gain a majority of votes since the Second World War in Germany. So how do you view this picture, and what are the main kind of contributions or main reasons for the rise of AfD to such possible electoral success? We'll see whether that materializes.
Yeah, thank you very much. and good afternoon to the audience as well. Well, in Germany, this rise of this, especially this right-wing party, AfD, this Alternative for Germany, has continued since 2015, since the refugee crisis. And the party has started actually as a protest party originally in 2013 against the European single currency, euro. But after this 2015 refugee crisis, quickly turned to immigration issues, throw out the old leadership from the party, and the new leadership since then has radicalized in a very rapid pace. Firstly, its most important support was in the eastern part of Germany, so in the zone of covering the former German Democratic Republic. But nowadays, it is also very much anchored in the entire political system in Germany, both in the western and eastern part. Mostly with similar topics, but a bit more radical sense in the eastern part, where this traditional thinking and this kind of anti-establishment politics is more welcomed by the wider public than in the western part. The importance of Saxony-Anhalt is that it, as you said, is the first time that a radical right party has the possibility to build a government in post-World War II Germany, which would be a turning point for the whole political system, which should not be underestimated. The party itself thinks that it could be the starting point for future government positions at the regional level, but in the end also at the federal level, which is, I think, quite far away. But it is an important election in the sense that we get understanding about how much potentiality this kind of radical right party could achieve in Germany, taking also this very problematic German past into account. Thanks.
Great. We have another really important EU country which will have actually national level elections, so France. Henry, I would like you to comment on the situation in France. France at the moment has a very kind of splintered party system, and previously, at least in presidential elections, the party system or the electoral system has resulted in the far-right candidates not getting elected, at least in the second round. But what is your sense of the upcoming French elections and in the support base of the far-right parties or party? There are several, since the system is so splintered in general.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good to be here, and I think I see a few familiar faces over there as well. The French situation, to put it bluntly, is that Marine Le Pen, the leader of the Rassemblement National, is leading in the polls for the presidency. Around 35% of the vote at the moment would be the prediction. But she has tried to, over the past decade or even two, she has tried to turn to the party or make the party a bit more, a bit less radical, as it were. So I think they are at the moment slightly less extreme right than the AfD in Germany. She leads, but the second candidate in the polls is Jean-Luc Mélenchon from the far left, and he gets in the polls something around 17-18% maybe. And the picture or the scenario that many people have in mind in the country is now that in the first round of the presidential elections, Le Pen wins, 35% of the vote, and Jean-Luc Mélenchon is the second, 18% of the vote. And then those two candidates run for the second round, and in fact, Mélenchon is even more detested by the conservative electorate, sort of, or moderate conservative electorate. So that scenario would indeed bring Marine Le Pen to the throne, as it were. This summer, however, has been extremely hot, the hottest summer ever in France. It was very hot in Germany as well. And now then the debate, the public debate over the summer has revolved around that issue, very, very much so. This canicule, I've learned a new French word, in fact, it has dominated. And the relationship of Rassemblement National with ecological issues is very tricky. And traditionally it's been based on several factors. The narrative has been pretty clear. France is a green exceptionalist country. They have nuclear energy, long traditional agricultural, sustainable local communities. Immigration just leads to overpopulation, so we should avoid that for ecological reasons. And it's ultimately the liberal elites that lead to environmental degradation. So but they haven't really had any sort of program, and they haven't touched upon the root causes of this type of environmental calamities that we've experienced now. So now it will be very interesting to see how this evolves. We do not yet know what's going to happen. Basically, one could imagine that we could even see some sort of rapprochement between the different blocs in France, rallying around the flag, as political scientists say, that we try to solve problems together, but there is no culture of compromise in France, so I doubt it. But the demands for an ecological program for the Marine Le Pen's party is immense at the moment. So let's see, maybe that somehow changes the landscape there.
Yes, we'll see how it goes, but interesting to relate that to the policy making issues. I'll be asking you questions about that later. Marie, I'd like to ask you about Ireland, because Ireland has been thought to be this exception for a really, really long time with the no prominent far-right party, and obviously the electoral system may have something to do with this, I don't know, but it's still, like, two questions. Is this still the case? Is Ireland exceptional in this, that there's no prominent far-right party, and if not, how would you explain this either way?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, it's still the case that Ireland has no far-right party. It never had a far-right party, certainly never any electoral success for the far-right. And our main parties are centre-right and centre-left. But recently, in the last 10 years, I think it's 4 new far-right parties have registered. Ireland First, the National Party, the Irish Freedom Party, you can kind of imagine the names. And so that's a new development, but they're absolutely tiny. And electorally, they've had very weak successes, if any. So they didn't win any seats in the 2024 general election. They didn't win any seats in the 2024 European elections. 5 far-right councillors won seats in the local elections in 2024, but that's a tiny proportion. That's 5 out of over 900 seats. Okay, so their influence at party level is tiny, but Ireland isn't the exception in terms of right-wing, far-right ideas and discourse, because there has been significant mobilisation at a grassroots level, which I think I can come back to. But the reason for Irish exceptionalism in terms of party politics dates back to Irish independence from the UK in the early 20th century, where the emergent parties were organised not around traditional left-right distinctions, but along rival national lines. Or nationalist lines. And the argument goes that there was therefore no need or no space for a far-right party to emerge, because the whole the political system was organised around a nationalist politics. But of course that assumes that nationalist politics are always right-wing, which isn't the case. And of course Irish nationalism emerged out of republicanism, anti-monarchism, anti-colonialism, so there is a left nationalist tradition too. Nonetheless, our three main parties, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and Sinn Féin, which I'll come to, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael were the two rival nationalist factions, and they progressed in a rightward direction, mainly due to the controlling influence and conservative influence of the Catholic Church. And then in more recent decades, they've developed in a very clearly neoliberal direction. Sinn Féin, which was left Republican, has been largely excluded from Irish politics until recently on account of its association with armed struggle and the IRA. So the upshot of this is when the global financial crisis hit and we saw populist uprisings across Europe, there was no established vehicle, no established or even fringe right-wing party to capitalise on that in an Irish context. And that is why far-right activity in Ireland has grown largely outside of the party political system.
Right. Andy, you had
just a minor question here, because the economic development of the country has been very positive, especially after Brexit, as far as I know. So is that the reason, then, to an extent at least, that right-wing has remained relatively weak?
I don't think so. So, I mean, our Irish prosperity really can be traced to the Celtic Tiger, and what we saw there was massive increase in inward migration. There was an increase in racism, but there was no far-right organised response. The far-right organised response has occurred in a context of intersecting crises, which I think we can come to in the aftermath of the global financial crisis and, prolonged austerity.
Great. I'd also like to ask Sanna about one important case for Finland, because you've been following the party system in Sweden for a really long time and done research in there. So there's an upcoming parliamentary election also in Sweden, and the Sweden Democrats, or Sverigedemokraterna, are now in the polls, if I'm correct, the second largest party. The big question is obviously the firewall issue. Will the established parties form a coalition arrangement with them? So what is the state or what is the kind of the main political situation in Sweden, and what are the kind of main discussions?
Right. It's fascinating to observe what is going on in Germany, knowing what has gone on in Sweden for the past 15 years. So Sweden hasn't started from such a different place than where Germany is now, or has been in the recent years, if you follow the firewall situation or firewall debate. So only, I think, 12 years ago, the Conservative then Prime Minister Fredrik Reinfeldt said that the Swedish immigration policy will never be influenced by the Sweden Democrats. And only in 2018, the current Prime Minister, Ulf Kristersson, said that his party, the now leading government party, the Conservatives, will never cooperate with the Sweden Democrats. And here we are. So the firewall is basically broken. The Sweden Democrats has been not in government with the moderates, the Christian Democrats and the Liberals, but has been actively supporting a center-right minority government, de facto influencing the government quite extensively. So the firewall has been broken, I think, at least for the past 4 years. Especially for the right-wing side. So the left-wing side still would rule out cooperating with the Sweden Democrats. Currently, so the general election is in a couple of weeks, on the 13th of September. Currently, the Social Democrats lead the polls by a wide margin of some 30%. Or they have 30% of the vote in the polls. The Sweden Democrats is indeed the second largest party with around 18%. And that leaves it the largest party of the center-right side, which is already a very significant development, given that it didn't start out, but it started growing approximately a decade ago from a position of a pariah party, so completely marginalized, and now it is the largest party de facto on the right-wing side. The other right-wing parties have all pledged that they would form a government with it after the election, if the outcome of the election allows it. But at the moment, it doesn't seem so. So the Liberals will probably drop out of parliament entirely because they won't likely reach the 4% threshold that there exists in the Swedish parliament. Perhaps partly because of this tolerance that they have shown towards the Sweden Democrats. Their ideology is, after all, kind of an antithesis to the Sweden Democrats' national conservative ideology. And the rest of the right-wing parties won't, as it now seems, won't be able to form a right-wing majority. So a left-wing government at the moment looks more likely, in which case the Sweden Democrats wouldn't be included. They have a plan, however. The party leader, Jimmie Åkesson, has said that his goal then is to lead the opposition and, no doubt, in 4 years, try and be the prime minister party. So they are not doing badly, especially considering that they have basically been in government for the past 4 years.
Yes, so super interesting elections coming up, and we'll see the electoral results in pretty soon in a couple of these cases. I wanted to come back to Marie and actually the situation in Ireland. You said that there are these broader societal trends which are contributing to not necessarily rise of these parties, but certainly there appears to be a societal demand for such parties, even though it doesn't seem to materialize electorally. So could you comment a bit about the possible driving forces in Ireland?
Sure. So there is a lot of far-right mobilisation online and in local communities, and a lot of this is taking place outside direct provision centres, which is the sort of welcome centres that asylum seekers are housed in when they first enter Ireland. And these protests are very visible and they're very active online. And a lot of people have attributed to the recent increase in inward migration. But as I was just mentioning, we had the period of Celtic Tiger, which also saw a huge inward increase of migration, but there was no organised far-right response at that point. So what has changed? Well, what has changed is similar to what has changed across Europe. Ireland has gone through a severe period of austerity, and in the last decade has entered a really dire housing and homelessness crisis. There's a huge shortage of housing, both to sell and to rent. Rents have absolutely skyrocketed. We have record numbers of homeless families, record numbers of homeless children. It's really a crisis situation. At the same time, we've seen inadequate public services at a very basic level. A lot of people don't have a GP. There are insufficient school places. There are, far fewer hospital beds than are needed. So in this context, the far right have been able to suggest, as in many other cases, that this is because the migrants, not taking the jobs this time, but are taking the school places, the houses, social welfare, and so on. And in a way, it's easy to see why people might also draw that conclusion, even though it's untrue. We can trace it directly to the failures of policy around housing, around public provisioning through the neoliberal period. But there has been an explosion of visibility of these direct provision centres. So it's been very easy for the far right to kind of, add 2 and 2 to get 5 and say, it's the migrants that are at fault here. So they're, two key reasons, but also, you know, the history of austerity. There is a strong sense in Ireland that a lot of, especially more rural or peripheral communities have been neglected, have been left behind, have been abandoned by the political classes, while, say, the so-called Google elites. So there's a whole class of professionals in Ireland who are attracted here because they're working for the big tech companies, which are in Ireland purely for tax. I'm not allowed to say evasion, tax avoidance reasons. And, you know, Irish people are very aware of this, so there's a sense of an unfairness there that the far right are capitalising on as well. And in addition, you know, there is this circulation of online messaging, particularly intensified with the anti-vaccination and anti-lockdown protests. The far right were able to mobilise very quickly in that context, and we saw an importation of a lot of messages from the US and from the UK about a great replacement, a great reset. So these different factors and crises have combined, and the far right, rather than the left, I'm not even talking about the far left, but the far right have been able to mobilise very effectively, not in parliamentary terms, but on the ground. And I think we'll come to this, but the effect, while they haven't been winning seats, they have absolutely been able to push the mainstream parties rightward, and very effectively.
Great. You alluded to some of the kind of socio-cultural explanations, but also the economic explanations for the far right, and also the role of social media. So how do you, now I ask the panelists to kind of comment on the cases that they know really well, the countries that you are discussing. So how important are these explanations, for example, the kind of cultural explanations versus the economic deprivation explanations in the rise of these parties, or what's the role of social media use in, for example, in Germany, if Kimmo can comment on this.
Thank you. I would say that this overall picture is astonishingly similar in Germany compared to Ireland. Immigration is operationalized by the AFD in a similar manner, that everything which has gone wrong or is going wrong is due to the migration. So this is the general narrative, this main narrative the AFD is using, and it's attempting to strengthen it in all cases. But there is this East-West divide is also operationalized in this sense that AFD is trying to construct a narrative that the eastern part of Germany, so this former GDR, is kind of a second-class Germany. So it's neglected by the federal government policies since ever. All kind of problems they have in unemployment, weak economic growth, and so on and so forth, is partly because of migration, but partly, and a growing part, is due to the bad politics of federal governments against the Eastern Germany. And all, even small problems somehow related to this German unification and this sort of misled politics by the federal governments in order to, create a unified Germany, are thrown together in this case, and they want to put that everything which is going wrong and went wrong in Eastern part is practically caused by the federal government since of Angela Merkel. A second thing is that they also are very active, and this is also the social media thing, that they are, especially in Eastern part where the civic society has since 1990s been very weak. And now especially AFD is trying to establish an alternative civic organizations in order to anchor their political influence in a very grassroots level, which is very much functioning as well, because they have succeeded in throwing out all other civic organizations. So they are dominating also this kind of youth organizations, sport clubs, and so on and so forth. So they do invest very much in this very fundamental grassroots mobilization in those areas where they are enjoying a growing popularity. And finally, I would say that there is also this kind of polishing of this public appearance. In the 1990s, they looked like skinheads and they acted like skinheads. But nowadays, they look like ordinary citizens. They wear suits, they, well, can behave and so on and so forth. But it does not change the ideology behind. So it is very difficult to say that who is actually a supporter for AFD nowadays before it might be too late. So this is a very radical change, what they have then also completed in the past 10 years, so that they look more professional, they look more normal, and so on and so forth, which also has changed the public opinion, public attitudes towards this party.
Okay. Does the picture look similar? Maybe Sanna can comment on Sweden first, and then Henry on the French case.
Yeah, quite briefly, yes, I would say in Sweden the cultural side of things is definitely predominant. The increased demographic diversity is clearly something that they have politicized and mobilized on against the background of traditionally very liberal immigration policy in Sweden. So at least from the refugee crisis of mid-2010s onwards. Another very important topic for them is law and order, and these are of course connected. So stricter policing of particularly the immigrants. And then I would also point out what Marie took on here, or was speaking about, the sort of withdrawing of the state from peripheral areas seems also very important. I mean, Sweden is a large and relatively sparsely populated country, just like Finland. And there, even though the economic situation is much better than in Finland, there has also been pressures to, close hospitals and to sort of centralize state services. And this has apparently been a factor that in those areas where this is going on, these type of parties, so Sweden Democrats in this case, gain traction. So this, I think, holds an important lesson for policymakers, that these type of actions have broader consequences than we would at first think, in fact.
Henry, what's the...
Yeah, the arguments are pretty similar in the French cases, I suppose. And this sort of sense of abandonment is clearly, it's there, and it should actually be taken seriously that it is there. And that's gender-based to an extent, of course. It's more men that have that sense for some reason. But the French case is also different in many senses. The political order or system that they have there, I think, I personally also think that it is problematic. It's very centralized. The president has too much power, and presidents have not been, always white doves, as we know. Sarkozy was sentenced at some point. And then in a country that used to be a great power, of course, and that has lost that status to an extent, what that then sort of the French style, lifestyle that needs to be protected, that Rassemblement National, real France, so that wants to protect. So maybe there's more to lose in that respect than in some other countries. And then the lack of compromise in the system that is to an extent inbuilt into the system after in the Fifth Republic system, because making compromises proved to be so bad during the after-war Fourth Republic.
moving on now to the policy effects of the rise of far-right parties in Europe. First, you alluded to the case of Ireland. You alluded to them, the far-right parties, even though not gaining necessarily political representation, but actually having quite a lot of impact in the actual shifting of policy priorities, or if I understood it correctly, in policy issues, or so if you can comment on that. Yes.
Well, one of the effects is that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have now entered coalition together, so revealing that they are in fact the same party, with a number of independent TDs to make up their numbers, and these independent TDs they're not far right, but they're very, very sympathetic to far-right messaging and ideas. So they've gained a foothold that way. But we see it in now that the government, explicitly coming out and saying that they're going to take a tougher stance on immigration, faster deportations, really reproducing the messaging of the far-right. And of course, the far-right online are constantly saying the government is weak on this and weak on that, and they're really pushing this message. Sinn Féin, which is the largest left party, has also shifted in sort of a reactionary direction. When they lost quite significantly at the local elections in 2024, the party leader came out and held up her hand and said directly to the constituencies in which they normally do well, which are working class constituencies, and she said, "I'm sorry, we didn't listen to your concerns. We will now listen to your concerns." And there was an immediate about-face, and they absolutely hardened their stance on migration immediately. And that was, I think, the biggest evidence of that grassroots far-right mobilisation really having an impact in the party political and policy space without still holding seats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's super interesting. And now I also wanted to ask about the kind of EU level policy consequences, because obviously we are speaking about two of the largest or most important countries in the Europe, or previously driving European policy. This may also be in flux, Germany and France. But usually scholars argue who study EU politics is the most consequential areas there are several consequential areas that we are likely to see changes, for example, in Ukraine policy, which is this is a really important national security issue for Finland, and other policies. So in your view, how is the rise of the changes in the European party system, how are they going to impact EU policy making or EU policy priorities? So asking Kimmo first, and then maybe Henri can contribute, and Sanna as well.
I would say 3 points. That first is that they are already influencing and shaping the politics, because we are more and more in a situation that there's grand narratives behind the current politics and how the people, for example, perceive politics are more or less dominated and funded by the right-wing populist parties. So especially in case of migration, immigration, since 2015, they have practically have a monopoly situation in defining the agenda of the discussion. And the other parties are more and more in a position where they look first how this could influence the support for right-wing parties and adapt their politics towards it. This is maybe the most important thing, and it's related is also climate politics, that nowadays, for example, this anti-climate rhetorics from the far-right parties is also influencing very much how European countries and the EU is reacting on climate change.
But this summer may be a game changer in that respect, in fact.
It remains to be seen, but we hope that. The second thing is that I consider this also as a crisis of conservatism. Mm. So it is the conservatives has historically been in the position to diminish the influence of radical right parties. And now we see that conservatives both at national level, also in Finland, Sweden, Germany, but also at the European level, EPP, is torn between this kind of, should we cooperate and how far, or should we use the firewall and the policy of exclusion? Yep. And in Germany, this problem is very, very topical currently, and the CDU, this Conservative Party, is torn between this politics, because at the regional level they see that there is somehow need to cooperate in daily business, but prevent these ideological positions. But at the same time, this party is not willing to go too far. And the third point is that resulting in this growing support for radical right parties, there is less common ground for the remaining parties to build coalitions. So it's very difficult to find a common ground for counter politics. And for example, in Germany, there's practically asymmetric position between the Social Democrats and the Conservatives. And it's very difficult to find a common ground in order to counter this right-wing populism. And the party being in opposition has the possibility to radicalize itself further and further without no consequences. Just looking how far they can go, and it seems very bad that they can go rather far.
Great. And Henry and Sanna, if you can just chip in really quickly, because I want to leave some room for question as well. So
it's
really
very hard to add anything, really. But of course, in these parties across Europe, they are very different, and their agendas are different. We need to bear that in mind. And if you take Meloni, who is in questions of immigration, she probably is not that far away from the Finns in Finland, whereas in the case of the war in Ukraine, she has been representing quite clearly the European mainstream. So that we need to bear in mind, but then related to your last point here, so what happens to the other parties then? There has been a conspicuous lack of positive counter-narratives. That is what should come up.
Yeah, very briefly on EU politics, I think at the EU level, it really depends on to what extent these parties are included in government coalitions in their countries, because that's when they start gaining seats in the council and actually gaining power at the very decision-making level. And my initial sense is that then all bets are off. It's very erratic. It can be very erratic. It can be very difficult to reach any kind of decisions, because in fact, it's the problem with the nationalist international, that they have very different national standpoints. So as we see in Trump's foreign policy, for example, it's very erratic. It's not coherent. So hard to say what we would see.
Great. Thanks for a really interesting discussion. Now we have a bit of time for audience questions. I think they are throwing mics around, so please. Please introduce yourself first before asking the question. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know whether the mic is on.
Jan.
Yeah.
Now it's on.
Now it's on. Yes.
Okay, so my name is Jan van Valer, and I'm here as a private person. I would like to ask if you can see a coherent policy forming in a more wider sense in this so-called extreme right. If I would say this way, there's an extreme anti-immigration flank, but I can see that there's quite different attitude to many questions within those parties over the European flank. But can you see that they're forming clearly a policy position which would be united and be coherent across the whole society, not just in one particular issue, which is more a way to get into power, but in terms of establishing a view of a society that would be coherent on a national, but particularly on a European level?
Thanks so much. Can you, maybe Sanna can answer first, and then we'll go in the reverse order really quickly, because we have very little time.
I think there's certainly more effort to do so, and the intellectual base, which has been there for decades, but I think that's strengthening, like below the surface somehow. The sort of building of the value base based on which such societal vision could be built. I think that's strengthening without us really noticing. But I think that's pretty. It worries me. Let's say.
Yeah, I second this argument that I really think that we neglect a bit also in the research this role of this ideological masterminds behind these parties. Especially in Germany, there is a very vivid background community and network creating this kind of cultural ideology and nativist ideology, and they also have a very tight interaction with other countries in the EU. So I'm also worried about this possibility that they could find a master narrative they could implement in all societies, and leaving this real politics to the countries themselves, but bound to this master narrative.
Mary, if you wanted to chip in really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to answer that in terms of what the response should be. And I think, you know, the best way to take the air out of kind of that sort of right-wing mobilization is to directly address the grievances they capitalise on. So when people complain of a housing crisis, the response should not be to scold people for their racism, nor should it be to develop superficial multicultural campaigns. It should be to build houses for European citizens and for migrants. And this will require a massive programme of public works in an Irish context. It requires a massive redistribution for wealth. And Europe has to be imaginative on these types of things, and national governments, and they have to do this. And this is the only way we'll be able to meet this, coherently meet the spectre that you raise.
Thanks very much. I think the clock is ticking. So thanks so much for the panelists for really interesting discussion. And I wish we had more time to discuss this further, but hopefully in another setting. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers for this extremely interesting discussion. Tämän myötä keskiviikon ohjelma täällä pienellä näyttämöllä on saatu päätökseen. Lämmin kiitos kaikille päivän puhujille, moderaattoreille ja teille yleisölle sekä täällä salissa että verkon äärellä. Eurooppa-foorumin päivä ei kuitenkaan pääty tähän. Tänä iltana ohjelma jatkuu kaupungilla EU-pubivisan merkeissä kortteliravintola Arvossa kello 19 alkaen. Sekä Eurooppa-foorumin erikoislevyraadin parissa Bar Kukassa kello 19.30. Molemmat tilaisuudet ovat avoimia kaikille kiinnostuneille. Tarkemmat tiedot iltaohjelmasta löydätte tapahtuman ohjelmasta verkkosivuilta. Kiitos tästä päivästä, oikein mukavaa keskiviikkoiltaa ja nähdään jälleen huomenna.